so sorry for the short notice today. I wasn't sure when I was gonna stream because my morning was a little weird. But here we are. Today I'm gonna be trying to wrap up the Live2D reverse engineering. It's been a wild ride, and we have a few things to fix from last time. So we'll see how it goes. Let me say hi to people. Hello, everyone. Hello, Wolfboy. Hello, MTO. Hello, Alfie. Hello, Guest. Hello, Remribo. Hello, Selena. Hello, Yayaxi. Hello, Rainbows. Fox. Hello, Bet Royale. Hello, Pragmatic Enthusiast. Hello, Aschi. Hello, Leek. I think that's everyone. So yeah, long story short, I have been working on the Ayagami demo a little bit. Now it's actually useful, because it can take screenshots, so you can pose your model and save it as a full resolution screenshot, which is pretty useful, I think. And you can change the background color. So, but yeah, the first thing I want to look at today is the color, the screen color and the multiply color and the color spaces and stuff, because last time we got the advanced blending to like kind of work, but it wasn't giving the right results. And part of the problem is that I think even with regular blending, I'm doing colors wrong. So we're gonna try to fix that first, and then go back to the advanced blend and see if we can make sense of that. So yeah, that's the plan. Without further ado, I think we can get started. Is my screen? No, my screen is not working properly. My screen needs a little kick. Where is this? Desktop capture. Why is this? Resolution. Oh, why is this not working? There we go. I think we're good. All right. I think we're good. Let's get started. Window. Good. That looks good. All right. So this is what I've been working on to show you first. So now the screenshot tool, the poser has a screenshot function, so you can take your model and you can pose it however you want. They can look a little to the left, look a little down, look a little, and give us some eyes looking down there, and maybe something like what? Something like that. And maybe a I don't know. You can do whatever you want. The cool thing is that you can even override the physics. So for example, the ears are actually physics outputs, as it says, but you can change it. So you can say, okay, this is normally physics driven, but you can override it and say like, oh, I want to like have the ears looking forward like that, and I want to have like rotate a little different. See? So you can do poses that you wouldn't be able to do normally with the model as it is normally rigged, because you can override everything. For example, the body here also is on physics input and output, but I can rotate it. I can make myself a little like that. And you can reset and rotate and adjust whatever you want. And then you can say save, and it saves a PNG for you to use. It can save the viewport. It can save the viewport at double resolution. Get a really high res. I don't know how to zoom in here, but you can get a really high res image. And you can also save the full model, which gives you the original native, if I can click on it, original native model resolution with everything. And you can also just copy the clipboard. So that's pretty useful. So yeah, hopefully people find that useful for something, because you know, I want this to be a little more than just a test tool, something that people can actually use for something. And I think that's pretty nice for making like thumbnails and things like that. So yeah, that's that. Now let's get started. Let's see if we can fix this stuff up. Okay, so what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be using the test model again and testing the color blending. So actually the first thing I want to do is make myself a color blend test tool. So in here I think I have the Inkscape test model somewhere here. Right, this is not Nix. So we have our texture, and I'm gonna make a section of the texture that is used for color testing. So you have some free space in here. So let's just put it in like this corner or something. Doesn't have to be very big because it's just gonna be some colors. So what I'm gonna create is I want a grid that has like black to white, and then I want to have some stripes, and I'm going to overlay it onto itself, and we can try different blend modes. And I also want to have different alpha modes. So how are we gonna do that? I think we can just have let me think. So maybe there's a few stripes that are like black to white first. So let's do a black stripe. Let's do a stripe that is 25%, and this is going to be sRGB. So this would be, is this 100? Yeah. So this should be sRGB colors. And 50% sRGB. And then I want to know what is 50% luminosity in sRGB, because I forget what that is. I know there is a, like it's, how do we convert that? sRGB calculator. Can you do that just like linear? There's no linear. Okay, hold on. Something like that. Okay, sRGB triplet, input scale, linear RGB. Okay, let's do 1021. That is slow. Okay. I think it's like 0.7 something. Yeah, it's like 0.73, I think is what it's supposed to be. Yeah, that's pretty close. 0.73. And 735, I think, is linear. Yeah, 0.735 is basically 50% linear. 3.5. And then we'll do white. And then I want to do some transparencies. So we're gonna do black with 50% transparency and white with 50% transparency. And I guess we can put these on the sides. So it's like black to white, and then the transparent sections. That should work. And since we have this line here on the edge, I'm just going to put this lines on all the edges. So we have that little red edge on everything. Let's use a box. Just that we have again a border that's visible. Okay, I think that's good. So we're gonna export that. And let's build a test model. So let's do a blending test in here. Okay, so you have test blend, and this is the rotation stuff. We don't care about any of these. We only care about some very simple things in here. So we don't really need any draw items. We just really need two art meshes. So let's say AM1 and AM2. Let's call this AM1 and AM2. And in order, AM2 gets drawn after, so it'll be on top. And we will write these as let's go this the color of it. So I'm just gonna copy and paste because I'm lazy. Color test. So the vertices 1, 1, 16 by 16. That doesn't actually matter. What I care about is the text coordinates. So these are starting from the top left. They would be 0.75 on the X and 0 on the Y. And hold on, this is 0.75 to 1 and 0.025. Okay, and so then for now we're gonna have just the regular colors. But actually, VTube Studio lets you override the multiply and screen colors, though we don't know what color space it's using for that, so I'm not necessarily gonna use that right now. So first, let's just try the blending and see we can double check what color space it's using for blending. So one thing I think is these are going across. I actually kind of want to have a white stripe in there too that crosses everything. So I'm going to just move this actually to the top left and make it taller. So there's a pure transparency on the edge here that we have. Actually, wait, hold on. What did I do? Yeah, that's fine. So you have a 50% transparent and then the pure transparency on the right side. Let's label them so I don't get confused. So this would be 50K. There's my colors. And let's make these centered. I snap these to center? I think you can do the center somewhere. Centers. No, bounding box is centers. Okay, there you go. Yeah, this is kind of annoying. Let's just align this separate. Okay. So let's do 0. Let's do. Okay, there we go. That actually works now. Center. Transparent. So we have 0. This is 50. This is 73, which is this. Sorry. 0, 25, 50. 73 is the is that one, and then we have let's call these 0.73, 0.5, 0.25, and then this is 50 white and transparent. And so we can move these over there, and hopefully that is mostly understandable. Actually, we can put it here and then it shouldn't overlap with anything. Hey, no, hold on. The top is if I'm gonna rotate this and put it on top, transparent is gonna be on the bottom. So if I'm gonna be able to read these, I want that to be here. Because I'm gonna rotate it clockwise and put it on top of itself. And because the V2 Studio background is kind of reddish, I'm gonna actually make these blue. Okay, that should work. Actually, let's make them green. And even give them a little edge. There we go. Okay, so now we have that texture done. So we have the color test mesh, which shouldn't really do anything interesting. Actually, aim.idx will do this automatically because we have an issue with art meshes with the different colors. Sorry, you need to have unique names. Okay, so color test and no multi-band screen color for now. So let's create both color test ones, and then we're gonna do the rotate 90, which I think we have somewhere here. Rotate 90, that should be all we need. And the only thing is this vertices here, I want this to be centered on the center so we don't have to translate it. So we'll just do it like this. I think that should work to get things working. Let's see if that works. That did not work. Color blend. Oh yeah, because we added things that are not there yet. Because this is version 5. I don't want to use version 6. How do I fix that? I don't want to add the new color stuff yet. Plan how to do the version. It is set to 5. And this is failing on build color blend. I guess it's building everything even though it's not supposed to. Yeah, this version. If ver is greater than self version, continue. And then we messed up the header because we changed all that. Should fix that. So we have the file version, and then we need the offsets. That should take care of that. Yeah, fine. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we can see how it blends with itself. So my first question is it blending in linear color space or in sRGB color space? And we can test it with these 50% white on top of black gives this color. And what is that color equal to? That color is equal to this one. That's interesting. That suggests that it's actually blending in sRGB, which I was not expecting. I was expecting it to blend in linear colors. So I guess it does the colors in sRGB, which kind of makes sense in the sense that most people author graphics with sRGB colors because Photoshop is a terrible program and defaults to that. But that does make some things kind of annoying. Yeah, let's check the other ones to make sure it's the same. So if you look at black on top of white, that looks like the same color, probably. I need like a color picker here, but let's get this. Open this up into GIMP. So we look at the colors here. This is not telling me the colors. Great. There there it is. Okay, so this is... Yeah, this is 128. Okay, so it really is 128 sRGB. And this is 127. So yeah, it is blending in sRGB. Exactly the same as this color. Which is kind of sad, not gonna lie, but I guess it is what it is. So that's important information for us. Okay, so now we know the color blending is in sRGB. Now let's see what the screen color and the multiply color do. But they're probably going to be sRGB too, all things considered. So let's set those. Where am I? So before this, I actually we have these two. Yeah, we have the extra ones. So it's gonna use these. So we have number 1 colors. So here's the color test. Yeah, let's delete this from this. So for the art mesh on top, which is AM2, we're going to set the second color for both of them. And so first, multiply color 0.5. Hopefully will do what I expect it to do. That did not work. Oh, because it has the eye color forms thing. Yeah. Guess it does that thing. It has like a redundant thing going on. Still not doing what I want. Oh, wait, because I added something twice. Still not doing what I want. What? Is it not eye color forms? It might be called something else. It is eye color forms. And in fact, if I don't set it, it doesn't validate, so that is correct. Do I have an override set in here? Okay, so you can just do it here, and I guess it's the same. Yeah, so you can see that this is really just multiplying it as RGB. Now, the interesting thing is, what about the screen color? The screen color actually does something different, and I think I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this... Yeah, it's not just an ad, it's a different thing. So let's take a screenshot of that and throw it in here. So the screen color, what the screen color is doing, I'm not sure why my conversion here is not doing it, but I'm not sure why the color... Oh, let me dump this first just to see what's going on with the colors. Color blend. Yeah, because this is a version. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. So this is using okay, my colors are wrong. What's going on with the colors? Oh, because hold on, because I added both. I'm dumb. Why is it there? Let's try again. Still wrong, because that shouldn't be there either. I am very silly today. Okay, let's try again. Nope. Because I'm doing this again. Why am I so dumb? Okay, there we go. Now it's multiplied by 0.5. And yeah, you can see that the 0.5 is just 0.5. So multiply is what we expect. Now screen colors, though, is the interesting one. So screen with 0.5. Oh, wait, hold on. What just happened there? Oh, sorry, because I multiplied by 0. Multiplied by 1. This is interesting, though, because you can see that multiplying by 0 and adding screen, just like it only affects the color, it's not affecting the alpha. So now it's green. That should be the same as this. Yeah. So now what we have is for 0, as expected, we have 0.5. For 1, we have white though, and then for 0.5, we have 0.191. So it is actually applying the screen color function. Because I was just doing an add, which is not what screen is. So I think what this is doing is the screen color formula in its RGB. And that might explain why some of the advanced blending wasn't working. Because if they're doing everything in this RGB color space, then I need to actually change my code a little bit. So screen is 1 minus, 1 minus 1 is minus A, 1 minus B. So that should be correct. Should be 0.75. Yeah, 192, that's what it is. I should just, yeah. So I need to fix the screen color, color formula. And then the, the other interesting thing is make sure that the alpha stuff, like this one, this is 50% white. So this is still 128 with that screen color. And yeah, that shouldn't change anything. And for black, you can see that it's supposed to be 50% black on top of black, and now we have 64. So if we screen this with black, it's supposed to get it's supposed to get 0.5. And then it's 50% transparency, so then it's 64. Yeah. So it is applying the screen color formula to the color without pre-multiplication, and then it applies the alpha. So that means we have to fix the shaders. So let's take this very same model and make it render the same in Ayagami. Because it's not right now. So I have a second work tree here where I'm just gonna mess around. Cargo run, and let's do this. Dev monk3 test model.zip. So right now it's gonna do the wrong thing. It's not gonna render the same, as you can see. So let's fix that. So that should be a quick shader fix. Why am I here? I'm not supposed to be here anymore. There we go. So the screen color is actually supposed to be actually, first of all, is it applied before or after the multiply color? Does that matter? It probably does. I assume it's applied after, because before it wouldn't make sense. Yeah. If I change this, I can just do this in YouTube Studio. So multiply color, if I make it all black, and then screen, yeah, you get that. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, obviously screen is applied after. So for screen color, what you do is that. And then the issue is that we need to actually do this before pre-multiplication. So what we want is essentially this times alpha, and we need to divide this by alpha. Now, is there a way to simplify that? It would be A, if I just multiply all the components by that, it would be A minus A times that. Yeah, so I can just A minus 1 minus RGB times, sorry, A times that, and then, so it's the A minus RGB here. Yeah, that makes sense. So that should be how we do it with pre-multiplication. Let's do it like this. And avoid a division that way. That's still not right. Am I in the right work tree? I think I'm not in the right work tree. I am in the right work tree. Hold on. Is this working? It is. Am I bad at math? And the alpha is 0. Oh, because this is linear, right? We're doing this in linear. So now the problem is that I need to do this in sRGB colors. Now, I do want to sample from the texture in linear, I think. Does it matter? No, if we're gonna blend in sRGB, I guess sampling might as well use sRGB. Yeah, I guess the global sRGB toggle should be changing the way blending works for everything. That looks much better. That looks much better. That looks right. That looks like the way it's supposed to look. And if I make the background something funny, you can see this is doing the right thing there. Okay, that fixes the screen color that we were doing wrong, and also the fact that we were doing the color math in linear instead of sRGB. Well, that makes my life easy with Igui, because Igui is using his RGB and I didn't like that, but if I'm supposed to be using his RGB for the models, that makes my life easier. I wonder what OpenVT is doing though, because wouldn't be surprised if it's doing blending in linear, because Godot I think blends in linear unless you're using the legacy render. So that's gonna be an issue. I'm gonna have to add that to the list of things that are broken. Let me Google that real quick. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Okay. I'm gonna just drop a note in the Discord. Okay. So that's that. Alright, so now let's see about the other colors. Actually, let me look at the issue list, because I have some test models. So in the issues here, let me download these things. So the screen color test here, if we just load that. What's that called? Yeah, that looks right now. Okay, so that fixes number 5. What about the texture border? Yeah, that looks right now. It's supposed to be 14, 14, 14. Let's see if that actually tracks. Oh, it's actually 000 here. Hold on. No, oh, no, this one. Yeah, 2020 is hex 14. Yes, it's fine now. Okay, so that fixes 5. It fixes 7. And what about this one? 6. Probably the same one. Yeah, I think that fixes everything except this border here. What happened there? No, that's still wrong. Hold on, it's still a problem. Okay, so this fixes 7 and 5. But not this one. So what about this one? The morph opacity, what's going on there? Oh, this is a negative opacity. Am I clamping this somewhere? I might be clamping this somewhere. This is a, yeah, it's a mesh blend form array set. And so we have the morph inset. Supposed to have a multiply of, yeah, almost complete blue with a bit of, yeah, that color. And then it's supposed to have an opacity that is lowered. And I guess we're not doing that. Okay, that's interesting. I might be clamping somewhere. I'm probably clamping somewhere. So that would be a bug in the driver. So I have the saturate call for visual vals. Ah, hold on, this is not correct. Because I'm saturating the incoming visual vals, so it's not supposed to do that. And that's the bug. I will want to saturate possibly the multiband screen colors, but definitely not the opacity. Actually, no, that doesn't make sense, because this for yeah, that doesn't make sense. For warp forms, it doesn't make any sense. So you just need to take away these saturate calls. And I think that should fix it. Where am I? There we go, now it's correct. Okay, that fixes a bunch of things. I'm just gonna push. What else do we have open? Model involving mask culling. Because I might not be calling when I generate the masks. And that's somewhere in the renderer. Make mask pipeline. I might have this backwards. Yeah, I have a false there. That's not supposed to be a false. That's dumb. I don't know why that is if false. I think I was trying to like debug something and then I completely missed that. Yeah, that was just really silly. So that fixes number 3. And the reflection thing, yes. So I am not handling reflection. And the question is it, for me, is it applied before or after rotation is the issue I have. So I need to figure that out. So what we can do is in the rotation deformer here, if I set the angle, I can do the test rot. Probably I have a test rot thing I can use. Open this again. So test rot is doing a angle of 30 or something, and then a 270 at the top. Okay. If I don't rotate the top, this is rotating 30 degrees clockwise for the angle there. Wait, no, this is the weird thing for, yeah, this is, we don't need that. Yeah, so if we just do this angle test, if I set the flip thing, flip X. Oh, right, there's an assertion. Invalidate, which I... Okay, it's the first thing applied. So it's applied like before rotation. And if I flip Y, then it should just get flip Y in here. Yep. Okay, so now we know how that is applied. So we can add those. Oh, and one more thing that I need to do is how does it handle the forms? I can probably do this in test param. So we add 3 key points. And I don't care about the limits. No cursor. Actually, do blend forms even do flips? That's a good question. So let's see if flip applies. At all to rotation forms. Oh, that's not doing anything to begin with. Do I not have the deformer? I do have the deformer. The deformer, and then I have a param, and it has the blend. Oh, no blend key point array. What happened there? Hold on. Because I broke that. That, I think, looks a little better now. Okay, yeah, so it moves, and it does not flip. So what about the regular forms? If I add non-blend forms, so let's add another set to another parameter. So you want an I key point array. This is KAIDX. So we had a key point array and we need a KS. And then we add this to the rotation form. And then we need to add more forms to it. Which you have to do when you create the rotation. So I can just do it like this. And then this will be the rotation and the translation scale. Okay, yeah. validation error there. What's that validation error? Because I haven't set the keys. No, because this is ka.idx. No, it's kr. Hold on. What? It's not that? Oh, right, because it needs the multiple colors because of the way that works. Okay, that validates now. Not black anymore, but whatever. Okay, there we go. So now, the expressions. So that does nothing. And that does nothing with the flip. Did I even set the flip for those? Edit not, okay. So now I flip just the middle form. And it is flipped. Okay, it's what I thought. So it's whatever the previous form is, and then it just... Yeah, there you go. And it has that funny snap thing, right? Which I also should add. Okay, so let's implement that in Ayagami, and that should be pretty easy. What we do is in Deformer here. So we don't need to do the vows thing because we only need to take the first form. So really just here in the driver, when we calculate the rotation deformer state. Calcrot. So this from scale angle translation. It's actually affine too, is what I want. From scale angle translation, we'll apply the scale first and the angle in the translation. So I can do it in the scale. So if you have a Boolean vector 2, I think I just do a select. There we go. And that should take care of the flip. That should take care of that. Okay, let's do the zip thing. Hello, Mary. Yep, that's exactly what I expect. And it's also implement the funny rounding. So it wants to have that one, like, little thing at the end. So you can do that in the params here. I think that's applied. I should test. I think that is applied on the raw parameter values, not like the relative index. We can check by making the parents like from -2 to 2 instead. Yeah. Yeah, it's like less than or equal. So if it's a single key point, it has to be within that. If it's less than minus parent fudge or greater than plus parent fudge, then it's out of range. Otherwise, if value minus star b I just realized this have a break in here. So ideally, if the key points are closer, we want to like not round. So what I would do is essentially, if it's between two key points, yeah, we can say if value is greater than, actually, is less than star A, actually, we can just put this in here. This is actually kind of wrong because I actually wanted it to be I plus 1, 0.0 here. Yeah, so if it's less than the first one minus parem fudge, or greater than the second one plus parem fudge, then it's out of range. If it's less than the first one, but not that, then it's the first one. Otherwise, it's the last one. Otherwise, if it's equal to B, actually, we just say greater than or equals here. If it's equal to B, then return I plus 1, 0. Otherwise, if it's between A and B, Sorry, value minus star a, because value is greater than or equal to a, so it's less than parent fudge. Otherwise, b minus value is less than parent fudge. It's I plus 1, 0, 0. Yeah, I think that makes sense for the logic. So if it's closer than the fudge to a, then we set it to that. Otherwise, we set it to... If it's closer to b, then we set it to +1. Otherwise, I actually do the lerp. Yep, I fixed... I think everything. I'm just pushing the last change now. So if I do 1.999, not working. 9991. Okay, I have like a slight rounding issue there. Less than or equal to parent fudge. This is just silly because it's floating point stuff anyway. Yeah, this is just the... just floating point silliness. If I do 2 minus... Yeah, you get that, right? But that should be less than or equal to than 0.0001. So why isn't it doing that? I know this is 64-bit floats. I mean, I don't think that matters. It's being pedantic at this point. There's some kind of rounding involved. That doesn't really matter. It's probably because I bet that, like, agree is rounding slightly differently, but that shouldn't really matter. I'm just gonna put a print in here. Okay, no, that actually is rounding to like exactly 1.999 in, not exactly, but like the text representation. And B should be 2.0 here. I'm just kind of curious why the rounding is slightly different. Why is it different? Okay. Yeah, okay, so you get yeah. Let's try doing it like that. Okay, yeah, so if we do the math a little differently then. There we go. Now it behaves the same as Video Studio. It does round differently though, but that's just... Okay, good. That fixes that one. And now -p, add the fudge. And let me do a run with my regular model so that I make sure that I didn't break anything. I don't think I did. What render does it use? Well, my own render. Based on WGB. Oh, I need to not print. Do not print. Vulkan OpenGL. I mean, this is Metal actually because it's on macOS. WGB will use Metal on macOS and the Vulkan on Windows and Linux. So, that looks normal. Yeah, I don't think I broke anything. This all looks reasonable. I think it's working fine. How much RAM usage right now? I mean, like, I don't know, not much. I can tell you, I guess. The VTube Studio is using 2 GB to show a city test model. My thing is not even sure where that is. Here. Okay, so it says 2 GB, but so I guess about the same as VTube Studio right now, actually. But VTube Studio doesn't have my file loaded. I wonder why it's 2 GB, though. I don't know where the 2 GB are coming from. We run the test model instead of this one. So to run the test model, which is the same thing VTube Studio is running right now, VTube Studio is using 2 GB, and mine is using, yeah, nothing, like 130 megabytes. So a lot less RAM than VTube Studio. So some of those 2 GB would be the textures. There's 3 atlases, I think, in my model. Okay, 3K, so... Okay, yeah, so that's about 600 megabytes would be used in memory. And for just the textures. So if we take the low usage of the text model as a baseline, 132 megabytes, and then I'm guessing it's probably loading the textures twice. I don't know if that's a WGPU thing or what, because if you do it twice, if you do everything twice, that's 1.2 gigabytes, and then you can add, you know, like the mesh and stuff, and that probably accounts for the 2 gigabytes of usage with my model. wait, no, it was only oh no, it does run up, yeah. 1.2 gigabytes. So I'm guessing... I look at, actually, at, is there GPU in here? Yeah, you can see that GPU usage is lower than VTube Studio, and CPU usage is also lower than VTube Studio. And it will be even lower in the future because I'm going to offload the GPU calculations, more of the model calcs, so. And that's VTube Studio running the test model, which is tiny. So, yeah, it's a lot more efficient than VTube Studio. Surprised by the 2 gigabytes of memory usage though, but I'm guessing the textures probably end up stored twice in memory because it probably has like it probably ends up like, even though it's not keeping the raw images in memory, because I definitely throw that away here. I am guessing that under the hood, WGPU and or Metal are keeping 2 copies of the texture. Oh wait, no, there's mipmaps. I forgot about that. We have mipmaps. That explains it. Mipmaps will add 0.5 to the memory usage. So that's almost a gigabyte. So if it's mipmap times 2, which I don't expect, that would pretty much add up to the 2 gigabytes. But actually, it's probably just the mipmaps, and the rest might just be the model, because there's I don't know actually. It would be interesting to profile that. I wonder exactly where the memory is going. It says real memory size 1 gigabyte, virtual memory size a ton, that doesn't matter. And oh wait, it's 130 now. Okay, is that because of the? Oh, okay. So it's probably like a sync, because now it went down to 1 gigabyte. I bet it's like just freeing slowly. That's probably why. It's probably just yeah. It's obviously it's gonna copy the textures, right? So it's gonna use like 2 gigabytes of RAM on startup, and then it frees that memory, and it probably just doesn't throw it away until later. Probably just because of the way the allocator works. Yeah, see, it goes down, so it's just transient. So that makes sense. Yeah, see, it's 1 gigabyte of memory after it cleans up, and that adds up to the there you go. It's basically the bitmap textures plus alpha. This should be on Steam later. This is not really an app that, like, I mean, I guess I could, but it actually just runs on the web. So you can just use it on a website. Not even need to install. Okay, so anyway, this should be fixed. I can just push this now. Alright, we're gonna push that. So that fixes this one. And then yeah, I just need to that's a feature request. So which is pretty easy to do, but I'm not gonna do that now. Okay, so now we know the color blending is correct. I don't know, it can run in a standalone program, I just don't have the build hooked up yet. It can run web or it can run standalone. Okay, so Now I'm gonna go to the to this one, which is my old tree that I was working on the previous stream, and then I had a lot of stuff. So this is my all the test stuff for the WGPU patch. I'm going to remove that, but I'm just adding it separately now so I can do the git cleanup. Yeah, like that. I'm just gonna commit everything and then rebase. So we have a conflict in here. I'm gonna remove that though because there's this one. Because I actually need a version of this render that's gonna work on the web everywhere. It's gonna have to do the really dumb method of just copying the entire frame buffer for every single advanced blend render. Because there's actually nothing you can do as a baseline on web. There's nothing better than that you can do. It's not possible with the baseline support web APIs. You might be able to do better reasonably on recent versions of Chrome only. So we need the dumb way to as a baseline anyway. And I know that Live2D, I'm pretty sure Live2D does the same thing because I peeked at their release notes and they kind of hinted that like if they have certain features, it's faster. So obviously they don't have those on web. Yeah. And then we have the shader conflict here. Yeah, okay, so what happened is... Oh, I need to turn on the three-way diffs, actually. But, It's just this yard mesh thing. Okay. And actually, I want to keep that as U global because I just realized that essentially no, actually, that's right. For the intermediate buffers, we want to yeah, we can just keep them as sRGB. So we only do the conversion for the sampling from the input textures. And I'll also keep this part. So I'm gonna move this into an advanced blend branch. And keep it in an old branch. And then just revert this WGPU thing. Because we're not gonna want that. Okay, so now if I run this, it's gonna fail because WGPU is gonna be not liking what I do. If it even compiles. Looks like it might compile. Yeah, okay, so now we're gonna fix that. So I need a texture for the blend buffer, and we can just keep that in the render state in here somewhere. Yeah, off buffer. Actually, we probably don't even need that if we are just doing copies for advanced blend. I guess it's probably a good idea though. Off buffer and blend buffer. Blend buffer, blend buffer. So I need to copy to that encoder dot. There's a copy of something texture. Yeah, copy texture to texture. So the source would be the attachment. Sorry, texture to texture. Where am I? Texture, mid level, origin, and aspect. So that's the source, and the destination would be destination is blend buffer. And then the extent. Actually, the texture, I think I can just use the dimensions here. Size, yeah. And then we disassemble from the blend buffer. How did this... Oh, because I have a... Oh, what just happened here? Something got... Did something like save all or something? Yeah, hold on. Now what? Off buffer conflicting usages. Resource and color target. Okay, let's fix labels. hard buff conflicting usage in a pass parameter. Because this is, I'm doing this buffer in the bind group. They're not supposed to do that. And then we need the copy source and things like that. Okay, so the usage is here. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So now we are rendering, and now let's see if we can fix this mess here. So now we, in theory, fix the screen color blending, and and we're not using sRGB anywhere, so it should be doing the right thing. So let's look at the shader again, because I was doing some crazy things to test here. Yeah, so I was doing random things like this, right? And then this too. Now I forgot what hacks I was doing here. I'm pretty sure there were some weird overrides going on somewhere. Yeah, I was doing this weird override here. Hold on. So that's still wrong. Oh yeah, I need to fix. Sorry, I was supposed to fix these. I don't have this in the driver yet. I was supposed to do that. So this is actually correcting that screen color. I guess I should fix it in the driver before continuing, because otherwise I'm probably just gonna waste my time with confusion. So let's do the driver stuff. So we're missing the interpolation for the part blend stuff in the driver. So where we have we need a part form vowels because we're not even doing that. In the cactiformer, there's calc part here, and I'm not even doing the forms here for blend. Yes, it's just a single float. So I need to add the whole part vowels thing. Or probably just have two for off screen. Actually, it is actually art mesh form vowels because it's the same as the visual and the depth. So I can just reuse that. So multiply on screen color. And then we need to add opacity. There we go. That should give us those. So now we can get the parts and in the driver. So now here, from part form, and we say need to blend. When we do the blend, oh, sorry, I'm doing this wrong. Form st.depth equals form dot depth st.visual equals form dot visual. Otherwise, st.visual. If it gives you some form visual, otherwise none. Give that as a part state. Depth visual option visual vowels. I think is what that is. Oh, just visual, actually. Let me just look at both of these side by side. Former calc, warp, calc, rot, calc, part. Actually, what is this even here? Because visibility doesn't continue here anyway. Yeah, this doesn't need to be there. Okay. And that should give us the right part values now for visual. And so now, in the renderer, sorry, I need state is what I want. Part state. Part. This is ID actually. And then I need the driven part thing in the driver. Yeah, so part data should have the info if it is off screen. Okay, so that should get the right part visual now. Okay, so now we should have the right values. Increase font size. Yes, sorry, I can make it a little bigger. Whee! Not too big though. Okay, so we're still showing something wrong. I think I still have some hack in the shader, but I forgot what it was from last stream. I guess I can just try some blend modes manually. So if I run the test model, and test blend, and oh, there we go. Oh, that was interesting. Oh, something is not updating. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so it looks normal to me now. The brands I can't compare with YouTube Studio once I start using Advanced Blend because they don't support it. But at least it loads. But they have a bug there with the refresh then. It'd be nice to fix that. Alright, I don't even have parts on this one. So wait, is this broken in the non... It should be a regression, right? Yeah, it's a regression, okay. So it's not Advanced Blend, it's something with the, something in here. That's an interesting bug, because I didn't really change anything around the, like, invalidation. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, so what's going on here? I think I had some kind of hack in the shader. And like I forgot what it was. But first, what's causing this this bug where it doesn't render in the beginning? But it renders after like one change. One change. Usually that means I'm doing something wrong with the uniforms. Get the camera fixed up a bit. Okay, there we go. So it prepares, uploads the odd meshes both times, and then doesn't render. Hold on. This is in the queue. And then we have an encoder. that has to be submitted after the queue. Hold on. Okay, I think that's why. Maybe. Prepare takes an encoder. Oh no, but this does get queue write buffer width before everything. Huh? Oh wait, skipping frame due to occlusion. I think it's one of those where I'm not committing and then yeah, something doesn't get pushed. Yeah, it's the update queue thing. We'll have like a render queued or something in here in the renderer. So that's always going to be true in this case. That should do that. Okay, that fixes that. Hey, remember the 6 months! Thank you so much, Yuri Fantasy! Okay, so now what's going on with the blending? Let's see. If we change the blending of this thing to something else, like... Let's just override it in the code here. I need to turn on off screen first. So I need to make this... Let's make another file here. So that would be version 6. So now that's gonna fail because I want to color blend on the art mesh. Ah, because that has the default none in here. Right. We can just do that, I guess. Yeah, so it doesn't like that because it's so now, this is a new version, and we don't need trace. Let's just do info and get rid of the print line. Doesn't matter anyway. Let's see. So, let's see if I can change the... If I can change the blend mode here. am dot blend mode dot... Actually, blend config. So I got this try setting the alpha blend to alpha blend noid dot atop. Okay, so now that's white, which is wrong. Actually, no, that is right. And I'm gonna do it for the second one. Okay, there we go. So is that right? Let's see. Let me think about this for a second. Mind you know, we can actually kind of use GIMP to test this, because these are supposed to be essentially the standard image editor blend modes. Does Inkscape have these? It has the color modes, but not the alpha modes. Does GIMP have the alpha modes? Essentially, clip to backdrop is what it's doing. So let's see if it looks the same. If I'm just gonna take this real quick and dump it into GIMP. And actually, that's not gonna work because of the alpha channel bug. I need this, I need to crop this. So, file, open. This is in, home. Sure. Duplicate layers, and now we have a copy, and the second one is rotated layer, transform, rotate clockwise. So, well, oh yeah, I need to like layer to image size. Okay, so that's how it's supposed to be, and let's make the background red so it's the same. Where's my bucket? There. Okay, and so then the blend space should actually be composite space. Should be actually need to do this thing here is the legacy mode and legacy mode here. Huh? Why is it not letting me do that? So that should be the same as this one with the regular mode. And now if we set this to composite mode... Oh, there's no clip to backdrop? Oh, because it doesn't support that with the legacy modes, I guess. Ah, okay, that's kind of annoying. Ah, but if you do RGB from color profile, I think that's the same thing. And it's actually clipped to layer? No. Composite node, clip to backdrop, and then I need to put these into a group. Okay, that's actually looking pretty close. Not quite though, but ah, there we go. That's looking pretty close. Colors look the same, almost. Alpha is blending in the wrong space, but... And we have a screen color in there, right? I want to get rid of that so it doesn't confuse things. Yeah, that looks the same. Okay, so a top mode does the right thing. So we're doing something right. We're doing something right. So the other modes we have are over, a top, out. Out would be the opposite. And there's no intersection. Intersection would be yeah, there's no out mode. But if a top works, out probably also works. Okay, let's keep this as a top. And then try the other color modes. So add, let's try add. I guess let's make the background white. It shouldn't really matter as long as everything else is good. Where's add? Addition. Okay. So obviously that's not working. I think I had an override in the shader then, where I was doing the regular mode for everything. Oh, sorry, I don't have add implemented, that's why. Because I'm missing a lot of modes. So let's add. Oh, we don't have an ad mode? I guess there's no ad. Well, it should be obvious, I guess. We can look at the Vulcan Advanced Blend. I bet that one has it. Marcin, thank you so much. 26 months. I bet this one has all the relevant formulas. Where are these documented? Okay, OpenGL has an advanced blend thing too. That one might have the might have these things. Yeah, this one. Blend equation. Advanced. Let's see. So, let's see what's going on here. Well, Okay, there's some formulas here. There's no ad? I guess there's no ad. Yeah, I guess I just did the obvious thing. Okay, that's not quite the same. That's interesting. That looks like it's... Hold on, what? Am I just not setting the color blend mode to anything at all? I think I'm probably not setting this right then. There's the uniforms. Yeah, something's wrong here. So if I set it to 0... Okay, so it's not actually... Huh? So the top thing is working, right? Yeah, the top thing is working. But the colorblind mode is not right. Huh? Yeah, it's at the top and normal over, so they are there. Yeah, it's supposed to be 3. I think I'm just doing something silly. Oh, wait, hold on. Huh? Hold on. This is wrong then. Oh, okay, hold on. So I have this vec30 here. Okay, at top is wrong. Oh, because I'm not using CR here. That's why. Ah, okay. So yeah. Okay, this has to be CR and all of these. That's why. I was ignoring the Actually, not even CR. Hold on. Yeah, CR. Yes. Okay. It was. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's why. Okay. Okay, so ad's not doing the right thing yet. Okay, so for all black, it does do something. Sorry, this is supposed to be clipped to backdrop or not? Wait, why doesn't it change now? I guess for addition, it doesn't actually... GIMP doesn't do the top thing for addition. Okay, fine. Let's not do this one. Trying too many things at once. Okay. Okay, that looks a little closer now. Not quite, but a little closer. I know, it's still weird. Okay, hold on. It's not adding here. Why is it not adding here? Oh, because auto is not... Okay. Because addition is like weird. Okay, fine. Okay, so in normal mode, the default composite mode is... Oh, and this is supposed to be RGB for one. It's union. So if I do add and union, it's supposed to get this. I'm getting this instead. This can't be right because it's not actually adding. It's not even getting the background color here. Oh, whoa. See, it's a CB. I am dumb. I am dumb. Okay, that looks a little closer. Yeah, these are not really the same equations. I don't know if this is actually right or not. Yeah, let's try screen because that should be better defined. This add is a little wonky. Okay, so screen isn't doing the right thing either. Yeah, because screen is not supposed, and they're supposed to make everything darker, but it's making stuff darker here. Why? Probably because of that. The backdrop alpha is being taken into account in a strange way. Ah, if I set it to union, it does do it. Yeah, okay, there we go. So if I set it to union, it's exactly the same. So we're actually good for screen. Okay, so screen does work. And then if I set it to clip to backdrop, which is actually the default, that should be a top. Oh, interesting. It's the same except one column. Huh. That's the one where the top thing is 50% white. Sorry, where the bottom thing is 50% white. Let's try with the red background. Yeah, so for our math, when the bottom is semi-transparent, that makes sense because we are assuming the bottom is white in this case. So you expect to get white because anything screened on top of white is white. But we aren't getting that. Which means the math, like the dividing by the background alpha is wrong here. So I'm just gonna put the alphas out as a debug. And okay, so it's all 1.0. So the alpha is 1.0. I think this formula is the problem. But now I don't know what Live2D does is the problem. Is that so what this is doing is it's taking, okay, if the backdrop anything that the backdrop transparency is not applied is like anything, if the backdrop is partially transparent, it uses the source color. But then the screen thing isn't applying the same. But I don't know if that is actually, if this actually makes sense. I need to actually read this a little more slowly. So this is doing that because you can see there that when the backdrop is transparent, but if there's anything there, it doesn't do that anymore. It's like screen doesn't do anything with the auto composite mode, and even if union is in union, it does. Yeah, in union it just ignores the background. In auto mode it ignores it. Okay, so so GIMP is not doing the same thing here as 33C. So now I don't really know what's correct. Yeah, okay. So it's just different. But this is interesting though, because why, when the background is transparent, why is the source alpha? If the background is transparent, then they should just using the source color. And if we're in over mode, then addition should just yeah, addition should just give the input color. So why doesn't it? And you can actually kind of see it in the edge there, right? So something is still weird. Yeah, because I'm actually expecting this, essentially. So this still doesn't make any sense. If we are doing screen and over, Yeah, this is still weird. Where are we losing the background? The color when the background is transparent. So if I just use CS for this. Yeah, we're still losing it. That does not make sense. Which means our alpha output is wrong. Oh, hold on. Oh no, because I'm setting this to a top. Sorry, if I set this to normal... Now I'm just getting confused. A top is different. If I set this to normal... You get that. That's wrong. Hey, why is it still 1? Oh, hold on. Because it's over, not normal. Okay, so now, I think I'm just broken. Ah, that looks better. That looks much better. Okay, so it is doing the right thing. Okay, so multiply, so the screen works with normal blend mode. And it's just a top is a little different. Because I'm getting this and they're getting that because they're, it looks like they are basically blending, ignoring the background alpha and then applying the background alpha. They're basically not doing this line, right? I think they're basically doing this. Sorry, CM. Yes. Okay. So it's one of these. You don't know which one it is. Okay. So I guess let's try darken. Let's try the other modes now. Let's keep this spec here and change it to back to over. Yeah. So now that matches. Almost. Is it my... Okay, in this case, the difference is that... Yeah, I'm blending against the true white, and GIMP is blending against... like the pre-multiplied color. Which makes sense, because otherwise you get this, like, alpha 0 special case, right? But yeah, W3C is doing this different. Okay, so it's not really the same as GIMP. So we have differences in the handling of transparency when the background is transparent. Okay, fine. So let's ignore that then, and at least let's make sure that non-alpha color blending does what we expect. We can experiment with that later. Let's leave it commented out. So screen over right now is doing the same thing as... Oh, I see. Okay, so in over mode... Right, in over mode, GIMP is doing that, but in a top mode, it's not doing that. Okay, hold on. Did I misunderstand something going on here? Yeah, it's just doing different things. Okay. So it is possible that they are changing the behavior of this mixing function based on... Like, they're doing this or not doing this based on some of these cases. Okay. So let's try the one we were trying to blend before. So we're still doing some weird stuff here. I think that was using the darken mode. So let's see if darken behaves how I expect. Darken only. And set the composite spaced RGB and the composite node to union. That looks quite right. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, let's try hard light. That also looks right. Okay, so in that case, it looks like we pretty much have all the interesting modes set right. So what's going on with this one? I know that this used to not happen, and I forgot what I did in the last stream to make this happen. What happens if I just overwrite? Okay, so this is the overlay we have, right? There's this color going on there. And it's quite transparent, so it shouldn't be doing much. But I probably should do this only for the... Let's do this only for the... Actually, let's do this only for the art mesh, which is... So we have an off-screen part with hard light, and the other one, with multiply and hard light. Yeah, okay, so multiply and hard light are the part blends. So for both of those cases, we just return the inner part. See what it does without blending. The GUI is an eGUI. It's called eGUI. It's an immediate mode GUI for Rust. Okay, so yeah, so that's the part that is being masked is basically that. Yeah, let's do it only for hard light, for multiply. Oh, sorry, I have return source in here. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, that's interesting. So in the multiply... Oh, because there's like a clip mask or something involved. That's why it's doing that. So the one we have with multiply is this one. Is the hair F. It's clipped to code shirt below color. Coat FL, color B, shirt below. Okay, something's not right here because this doesn't make any sense. That kind of tells me we're not writing the alpha value somewhere. Hold on, this is not right. That's not right. But that's not the problem, though. Okay, let's not render the part. Let's not render anything after the first part. Okay, so this is just turning everything black. And if I do it before rendering the part... Okay, then we get this. So rendering the part is replacing the color of everything with black, but for some reason is not... If I change the shader for advanced blend to just do like... something opaque. Why is it clipped to the edge? That doesn't look right. That tells me I have like a blend formula somewhere that I'm not supposed to. Hold on. Blend config in pipeline mode. That's not right. No, wait, that's fine. The problem is... There's something wrong with the pipeline mode then. Oh, hold on. This is supposed to be pre-mult add and pre-mult multiply. Okay, there's a problem here. Okay, that's why that was happening. Because it's not writing the alpha channel. Okay, there we go. Now this is actually what I expected. Okay. That's... yeah. Okay, that's one bug. That was definitely breaking things. So now, if instead of doing this, I actually return the original... Okay, so we have nothing. Which means we are not rendering the part properly, which is, okay, obviously a problem. So what this part is supposed to contain is all these things. Oh, no, but it's supposed to be multiplied. So, maybe black is intended. What happens if I have a... red background? No, it's still not looking at this. It's not supposed to be transparent. So something is not storing the alpha, or we're not rendering the part or something. So what this is supposed to be rendering is... a bunch of code stuff. It has clips. Okay, it could be the clips. So what if I turn off the clipping for advanced mask? Turn off the clipping. Okay, now we have something, so the clipping is broken. But this also doesn't look right. suppose the hair F. Okay, I think I know one of the problems is. One of the problems is that I'm not rendering the clipping mask. And, but the other issue is this is very weird because we have like a weird exclusion thing going on here that should not be possible. Oh wait, no, sorry, this is, yeah, this is just some normal over stuff, so it should not be possible. So what's going on there? Unless it has funny clips, which it could. But yeah, none of these are clipped, so something is wrong here. And these are all normal blend. So that glasses reflection, is probably this one here. This. Oh wait, no, that's. Hold on. No, that doesn't make sense. This. What is going on here? How is this exclusion behavior even possible? It's like inverting the alpha. How is that even possible? Do I have another blend factor wrong somewhere? No, there's an out. Okay, you're right. Yeah, there's an out here. Never mind. There's a normal out involved, so that makes some sense. So you have over, and then normal out. So normal out is this one here. So that is rendering out, but then it's somewhat killing the inside too, which doesn't make sense. So that formula must be wrong. No, is it wrong? It might be right. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I think I probably have the wrong selection here. Okay, that is not what out means. It's a cutout is what it's doing. So then it ignores the color? I wonder what their Japanese word is for that. It's just out. Okay, that is not what out normally means. Destination out is what it's trying to do. Okay. Destination out, because it's not source out, it's destination out. Okay, that's why I have this wrong. Okay, so that's one other thing that is wrong. Destination out is what they're trying to. Okay, that, yeah, this kind of makes more sense now. Essentially what it's doing is it is removing the shadow where the glasses thing falls. Okay. So then the other bug is the clipping here is wrong, and the clipping is wrong because we're not counting the advanced blend users as clipping users, I think. Or we are, but something is wrong. Okay, so now in the let's turn on the clipping again here. Yeah, so it's empty, so why is it empty? If we just return the mask, is it possible the mask coordinates are wrong? Did I mess up my vertex shader here for Blit? No, because it should be the same as the texture coordinates because we're sampling from that. Am I not binding the mask properly? It's getting bound to bind group 2, which is the mask. Ah, it's here. I'm missing the art meshes here. That's why. So that should give me the mask now. Okay, there we go. Now there's a mask. Which means if I actually use the mask... Okay, now this is starting to look like something that makes sense. Alright, and now if I actually apply the multiply, yeah, there you go, that's the shadow. That's the shadow here. So that seems to be working now. And now if I stop not rendering all that other stuff, okay, I think that fixed this part. So this is still broken, but I think that just fixed the shadow there. This is the reference image. Yeah, there you go. So this now looks right. The next shadow. So that means multiply is not working properly. Now for the other one, the weird one with the This is I think the color hue mode or something that's going on there, and that's a really strange one. Okay, so what that one's doing that's the one that is using, first of all, this one's using hard light as the part. And it's the only thing using hard light. So if I return source from hard light, see if the problem is the thing inside the part or outside the part. Okay, so actually, I think hard light is the bug then. Because this is actually... This actually kind of looks reasonable. So what's the problem with hard light? I did test that though before and it did look right. But I think this is likely to be the problem. Because it's using hard light with mode over. And I bet I do this. I bet it's the same as GIMP, where some modes are supposed to use this function. Or not? Okay, let's break after rendering that so we don't have anything on top. Okay, so this is the inside of that part, and that looks reasonable. Okay, so the state of things before blending is just a face. And if I return just the color without alpha, okay, we get this, which still looks fine. And if I return the blended color, yeah, that's obviously broken. If I try just the output of the previous function. Yep, obviously broken. Okay, so let's try just screen. Screen looks fine. Does it look fine? Or does it look like it's not doing anything? It's supposed to have this stuff with the hair like that. Yeah, something's not right with screen. No, there is a, yeah, no, there's a bit of hair there. Yeah, it is kind of working. Okay. So what about multiply? That also looks reasonable. Set out CM. Yeah, that's wrong. Okay. How is it possible that it... Where does it get this red? Oh, hold on. It is... Oh, hold on. Multiply 2 times CS. Ah! I forgot that I messed up this input there. Screen. It says multiply CB 2 times CS. And then it was screen CB 2 times CS minus 1. And that's the bug. And now that looks a lot better. Hey, now that looks a lot better. And now, if I stop doing that... What do you know? I think we got it! I think we got it! Nice! That looks exactly the same as the... No, does it? Yeah, exactly the same as the reference. So now the only problem is we are missing a bunch of blend modes that I haven't implemented because they're not used. Let's remove some of these print lines. So let's implement the rest of the blend modes that we don't have yet. So we have add, and we need add glow, darken, multiply. Okay, so we're missing this one, multiply, color burn, So add and add glow are funny. Okay, the thing is, I think I know what these are because these are like the Clip Studio blending modes. I remember looking into this a long time ago. I remember reading about this somewhere. Like ad glow is like the legacy ad or something like that. Yeah, ad glow is not affecting the color. Like it like clamps to. No, that's not what it's doing. I remember looking into this a long time ago. It's a linear dodge is what that's supposed to be called. Yeah. Hold on. Maybe I should just get Clip Studio because I'm like 99% sure they're literally just copying what Clip Studio is doing. Does Krita have that? In Photoshop, it's called linear dodge. Okay. Does GIMP have it? So I think that's what addition is doing actually. If you set this to addition, addition with Okay. I might need to actually test this the Clip Studio because like the game blend stuff is a little confusing. They have this. The brightness is reduced and overflow, and the color is added. And then like does not consider overflow. But I don't think that's what it's actually doing though. I guess let me just try this in game real quick. I don't think even Subtract is doing the same thing as theirs. It looks more like a multiply that they're doing. I don't know what you said subtract. So now let's put the gradient on top with alpha. So we can just have a mask here. And first fill the color with white. And in the alpha, use a gradient. Foreground to background. Okay, that's obviously not doing that, so it's not addition. That looks closer, but the composite space thing is really... I'm gonna try Krita. Let's see if Krita does something closer to Clip Studio. That's not what I wanted to do. Why did I lose this? I just lost my reference for that. Where was that? Huh? Sorry, I was searching for the wrong thing. just lost that. Where was the page? I just got that. Having history. I must be dumb. Ah, this one, okay. I think the color space is wrong here. Yeah, that's a little better. Not quite though. Is it in the right color space? Because if I have color management issues, it's gonna cause other problems. See, it looks different slightly. Maybe this is a web or something. This is a new image. Doesn't quite look the same, but pretty close. As on monitor. Looks close, but yeah, it looks like that's fine as RGB. So then what about this add glow on top? I've never used Krita before. But that does look like what I want actually, yeah. Pretty close. That subtract 128 does look like it's doing the same thing-ish as on the website. So now with the add glow on top, gradient. So if I set this to add addition, Doesn't do anything? Doesn't do anything. Okay, great. I'm guessing linear dodge is what this one is. It doesn't do anything. Huh? Blend gamma. There has to be something to do with blend gamma. Ah, okay, there we go. Now we have something. Now we have something that looks interesting. Okay, so that is a now we're in sRGB linear, which is what I want. Like not sRGB, but that's an sRGB gradient. And that looks the same. Okay, good. Ish. I think what it really is that regular addition is He's using linear corrected values and glow is not. Or something like that. If I convert to one of these linear ones, see, it's different, but in a different way. Okay, hold on. So what I want to do first is put this in here as linear and then flatten visible. Sorry, flatten the bottom ones. Okay, so I want the background to be the same as this one. And then we turn this on. And if I make the image linear, aha, then you get that. Then you get that. Yeah, because I remember this. Add is add in linear light. Add glow is add in gamma. That's essentially what this is actually doing. I think. But then this part doesn't make sense though. Because they say it uses the alpha channel. Wait, I don't have alpha on this one. But now with alpha, it is actually doing the right thing. So it's like Clip Studio behaves differently with alpha, but what it's actually doing is like regular add is essentially this, right? like pretty close. Gradient's different. I think their grading doesn't go all the way to the bottom. That's probably why this is a little different. I think theirs is like that or something like that. Yeah, it's pretty close, right? Or like not linear or something. So addition here with alpha is doing like basically it's the blend from one to the other. Because the actual color is all white. But then the question is, how does this differ from the regular legacy ad? Because that's basically add glow then. Oh, that's pretty close. Luminosity Shine SAI. That actually looks the same. Hold on. I don't know if that's oh gosh, this is so confusing. So what's that? Yeah, so it's just adding source, the pre-multiplied source added to the destination color. And I guess ignoring destination alpha. And then, of course, this is not going to do the same thing if I change this to color space linear. Yeah, see, it goes back, yeah. So it's basically a bypass for all the blending stuff. But then I don't understand why this is even a different mode in Live2D to the legacy ad, because this is basically legacy ad. I think the only difference is the legacy ad... The legacy ad would... What does it do to the... It only changes the color, it doesn't change the alpha. So it creates glowing stuff in the frame buffer. This one would not be able to do that because it's not allowed. So I think it basically means you clamp the result to destination. Yeah, the destination alpha is the only question. Hold on. So where is... hold on. So I think this is the buggy version, supposedly. So I guess they changed it, but now it's gonna be different. This seems to be CF edition. How is it different from... Is this like not clamped edition? Oh, okay, that makes sense. So I think what's going on is that if you add the colors without saturating, basically it removes the saturate here in CM. Because if you add the colors without saturating and then multiply by the alpha, what this is doing is, yeah, yeah, okay, so it's... So it actually ignores the source alpha, just adds the white. And then, like, applies the normal alpha handling. which kind of makes sense. So I guess the difference from the legacy ad is that this is not making pixels in the canvas more emissive. It's just blooming out the existing pixels. I guess that's what it's doing. And yeah, I think all the other formulas don't need the saturation, so that makes sense. So naturally, this would only differ for cases where the alpha is different. I guess that's probably what it's doing, yeah. Okay, so what if I test this with the layer set to black? Yeah, so addition in sRGB actually does the same thing. So now I'm confused. These are identical right now. But addition with alpha is the one that's different. Right. Because addition with alpha will add the white without the alpha, saturated, and then essentially alpha blend with that. Because we get to use alpha source times CR. While the yeah, well this one will not saturate. So then it will actually end up with a brighter color. And so then when multiplying by the alpha again, it's still brighter. So what we want to do is saturate afterwards. I think, because I don't think this is supposed to be emissive. So I think that's the main difference. Addition, just get, yeah. So with, yeah, okay, so with this one, with luminosity shine and no background, you just get a gradient. Yeah, so addition has that effect, and the luminosity shine has. Hold on, what? Ah, but that's the one that's the bug in this one. That's the bug that they're multiplying by alpha, which is not the correct thing to do. So I think with the fixed version of Krita, this would not happen. So I guess, yeah, so it's not actually just a pre-multiplied. Okay, so let me save this. Save as test. And then we update Krita. But it's still open. No, it's not. Oh, okay, they haven't actually fixed this yet. Oh, thank you. Nani? Oh, no, it's good. 大丈夫. I think pretty soon.
Where should I
Let's say at 10.
Yeah.
Mm.
If you need more than
Okay. Okay, I think that's essentially what's going on. So now the other ones we have add glow, darken, multiply, color burn. Let's see if these are the same thing as on W3C. Yeah, so we have color burn. it says false, true. So false, select. The both false is 1 minus min this stuff. Right, CB equals 1, CBCS equals 1. 1 minus 1 is 0, min 1, 0, 0, 1 minus 0 is 1. Why is this a branch at all? I would just do that. The only branch needs to be CS 0. Yeah, okay, so we just need one select. And linear burn, that's not here. And then lighten is just max. Color dodge. Yeah, that says you can ignore the same branch again. Do that one later. Color dodge is select. And it'll be min whatever. And then overlay is the inverse of hard light. Okay. Let's flip these around and make sure I'm doing color burn properly. Sorry, hard light. Oh, I think I had those backwards. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Hold on. Multiply. Yeah, those don't matter. Yeah, that's fine. CB and CS are just... yeah. Yes, overlay is just the opposite of hard light. And soft light. Okay, it's white. That's quite complicated. Yeah, that squirt is gonna work. And then we need the color blend mode, which is pretty obvious. It's just set lum, yes, lum. So now we're missing linear light and linear burn. Yeah, that's the same thing. Okay, so we need this composite type source. I don't know what this unit value here is doing. That's like 0. This is like a higher bit depth. Okay, I think it doesn't mean linear as in the gamma thing. It's just this stuff, right? So I'm missing this one and linear burn. Wait, how doesn't that just add? I'm confused. How does that not just add? It is just add. Huh? But it handles alpha differently. Addition just does... Okay, so linear light is doing what? Okay, no, that's a special one. Sorry. Linear burn is the one I'm trying to confuse. Linear burn is. Okay, linear burn is different. Does nothing with that. Okay, linear burn source plus this minus unit value t. Wait, that's one then, is it? Hold on, do I have color burned right? Because it's testing both, right? If source is less than mdist. Yeah, okay, it's just a different formula. Oh, okay. Okay, so it is one. Okay, so it's this then. Linear burn is saturate CB plus CS minus 1. And then linear light is that. Which I already had there. And now let's see how broken my shader is. I think that's all of them though. Oh, this is a saturate, isn't it? Wait, subtract the one? Oh, yeah, sorry, subtract 1. It's that. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I think that's all of them. So let's see how broken my shader is, and then I think we can call it a day. What languages does it trust? Min needs like a... I think it's since we saturate. And then this one to min 1 is also just the saturate, I think. No, not that. Yeah, we can never need negative, so saturate. Does not return any value. Okay, there we go. Now it renders, and we haven't broken anything. I think we can mostly call it a day. Let me... Oh, lots of things changed. Okay. Let me make sure that everything's at least kind of clean. That's not right. It's clippy things a bit. Render. And the part render data, dirty stuff. I need to like see if I. Oh no, because I'm using a pool for this. I actually always need to re-render those. So you can just delete that. Because we don't cache those, so. I need to clean up the git commits later. But I think we are pretty much good. This is gonna have to need some testing before I push it to production, and probably some cleanup to the renderer, because right now it's just like a, you know, kind of hacking it everything. It's pretty messy, but yeah, we got 5.3. We fixed the screen color and other stuff, and I think that's actually the end of the reverse engineering, if we exclude like expressions in motion, but those are already implemented in open source code anyway, so they're not actually useful. So yeah, that's Live2D Mach 3 reverse engineered and re-implemented. That's it. I'm sure there's a bug somewhere, but you know. I'm sure there's still bugs, but yeah, that's looking pretty good. So yeah, some of this needs to be cleaned up. I know the render code is pretty messy. Part of the reason why some of the code is messy is because since I'm reverse engineering things, I don't know how to engineer things until I've reverse engineered them, if that makes sense. So like now that I have an implementation that works, there will be some things that can be cleaned up. Like this driver stuff is quite messy and has a lot of stuff. I guess it's a pretty messy file. Some of this really needs to be cleaned up, and like the state handling needs to be like better. But that can happen later. First, we need to make it work. So that's what this is about. The other thing is that there's definitely optimization things. I want to add GPU offload. That's going to be one of the things that's going to come up possibly next. There's two things I want to work on. Yeah, I need to update the README. Let's update the README. Free. So the things that I'm going to be looking at soon are So not expression file and pose in motion, because actually the people that mostly are going to be using Yagami right now already have their own implementation of these. Like OpenVT does, and I'm also going to look into a RenPy implementation because RenPy has Live2D support, so I want to see if I can make a version of that with Yagami. Those already do expression and motion themselves, so there's actually no reason to have it in the core. Though it's pretty easy to do. I would probably add expressions just to have it, nice in the app, but it's pretty boring, so I might not even stream that. Motion would be nice for like the especially like the idle motions and things, but it's not very interesting. The main things I want to look into right after this are a C compatible API for the for things like the Unity and the RenPy backends. Sorry, not backends, frontends, so that we can have a RenPy support and also Unity support for this. Because Unity doesn't have a nice Rust binding like Godot has. And then this is a big one, is I want to accelerate calculating the mesh vertices as a compute shader, because that's going to make the CPU performance of this way better. And that's a pretty important one. So those are the main things. And also, I need bounding boxes. And so actually, as part of this GPU compute stuff, I am going to add calculations for bounding boxes that are conservative to the driver, because right now, of course, since you have the coordinates on the CPU, you can just like find the max and the min and get a perfect bounding box. But once we move the coordinates to the GPU, the CPU still needs to know roughly where things are. So I need a like estimated conservative bounding box calculation. And once we have that, we can also at least somewhat optimize the blending, because like there's a pretty obvious thing now where we have the texture to texture, like this is copying the entire texture right now. If we have a bounding box, then the first advanced blend, we would do a full copy, so we have a clear background. But then after that, for every subsequent art mesh, we only have to update the section of the frame buffer that has changed. So if we have bounding boxes, we can actually optimize this copy too, which is nice. And then there will be, of course, optimizations like doing this blend thing in a better way. So there's going to be stuff with WGPU to use better features to blend. There's some things we can do with storage textures and possibly with some patches to WGPU to use some certain GPU features. But I needed this base version to work on the web anyway, as I found out yesterday. I was like, hold on, I can't do this any better way on the web anyway. So we have this slow version. There'll be faster versions. But yeah, that's where we are. So I expect the next few streams to focus on possibly first the this acceleration stuff, because this acceleration stuff is also going to determine how this integrates with other APIs. And so it makes sense, I think, to look at that first before the C compatible API. Possibly. But we will see. We will see. So yeah, that's the plan. There's also a lot of unwraps. A lot of those unwraps are actually safe. They're just unwrapping things that I know are true. There's not that many unwraps for things that like could actually fail. There's a few of those in the demo, but the demo I don't really care about that much. Like, if like saving a PNG fails, it might crash or something. But most of the unwraps in here are just unwrapping things that are known to exist at that point. So it's not that bad. Okay, well, that's it for today. So one thing I'm probably going to do after this, like once I push this and clean it up and push it, is open up pull requests on the repo and update the contribution guidelines a bit, because I wanted to get all the reverse engineering done before I let other people add things to make sure that like I know it's clean. But now that all the reverse engineering is done, I'm a lot less worried about that, so I can open up pull requests. So yeah, that's it. All right, thank you everyone for coming. I'm gonna be eating some dinner and getting some sleep. All right, bye bye everyone.